All right. Call this meeting to order, January 22nd, 2025. It's 11:10 a.m. I'm going to call for the invocation, which will be led by Pastor Rick Barrera from Believe Church. Pastor, welcome.
It's my honor to be here with you folks today. I always get a kick out of being here with you folks, and so I am. Please excuse me if I'm smiling a lot. God bless you. Let's go to Lord in prayer. Heavenly and most gracious Father, you who are infallible and wonderful in all of your ways. I'm just one of many in this chamber today who is grateful for the opportunity to serve you and the people of this community, this beautiful community that we get to call home. We do it with a heart of gratitude, Father. May everything that we do begin with your inspiration, Lord, and continue with your guidance, Father God. In the middle of the besetting problems and special issues that this commission is going to be discussing and deliberating here today, Father God, we place it all in your hands, knowing that you have our best interests in mind always. May everything that we do begin with your inspiration, Father God, and continue with your guidance. In the middle of everything that we are going to be discussing here today, may it be done in love, may it be done in your timing, Father God. We pray that you guide and direct all of our steps this day, Father. May the speech and actions in this chamber today reflect your love and grace and compassion, Father. And may the decisions that are deliberated here today, Lord, be done in your perfect timing. And all this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Now let us recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flags. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. As a presiding officer, I'll call all members present with the exception of Judge Connie Scott. As I mentioned earlier, the start time was 11:10 on January 22nd, 2025 in the Nueces County Courthouse Commissioner's Courtroom, and certify that a quorum is present. On to item D. Do we have any announcements or disclosures of conflicts of interest? Seeing none, we move on to items E and F. Those items that I'll make a motion to table into our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is February the 5th. That is for items E, 1 through 3, and F, item 1. Motion and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. Now to item G, public comment. We have one signed up for a public comment, and that is our Emergency Management Coordinator, Dee Hawkins.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm just here to give you a brief update on what we've been doing with our overnight warming center in Robstown. We opened up officially on Sunday at 6 p.m. and initially had about 10 to 12 people. It increased over time. Monday through now, we've had approximately 20 to 30 people at any given time. I'd like to say thank you very much to the City of Robstown. They have provided fire and police overnight for us to subsidize our staff that is there from 0600 to 1800 at night. And they've also provided staff to help us along with that. Thank you to the Salvation Army. They have been providing sack lunches for us. Thank you to HEB. They've also been providing food and things that we had there. We've been in close contact with our partners in the city of Corpus Christi. We were able to loan them about 80 cots to help them supply their gymnasium. And we've also taken some of their overflow clients from the gymnasium when they got full. So we are moving forward. We have everything in place. We plan to stay open again tonight as the temperatures will dip again below freezing, and we'll suspend operations tomorrow around noon. So it will just go back to normal operations after that. This week being that everything's back open, all of our warming centers are open. Those are all the other community centers that we have open, and also our 2 libraries. But the Robstown is the one that does serve as the overnight one. Currently, we have 20 at the shelter, so. And thank you to CCRTA. They have also been a huge partner with us. They have been basically at our beck and call to get people to us and making sure that they have a safe place to go and keep warm in Robstown. So we appreciate their help. I'm ready for any questions if you have
Public comment, we can't ask any questions, but I thought you mentioned something about bathroom access, shower access. Did you say something
Well,
like that?
yeah, I mean, people need to understand that we are what is called an overnight warming center. So we are not equipped to provide showers or anything like that. When you're an overnight warming center, basically you're equipped to take in people, provide them shelter and warmth and food, but that's the limitations of our resources. So I think it's worked out well. The city is working with Sister Teresa and Good Sam now to get people bussed around to get over there to take showers, and then they'll be bussing theirs back out to the gymnasium, and they'll probably be bussing ours back out to Robstown.
Thank you, Dee, for the update. We appreciate all the work you and Edward and the entire team has done to make this happen.
Yes, I failed to say that. Edward and his staff has been phenomenal. Our Robstown Community Center folks have been working 12 to 14 hours a day and have done an excellent job. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm sure the judge may ask for a more thorough update maybe at our next meeting, or at least something provided in writing, but this at least allows the listening or watching public right now to understand some of the efforts that we have done. And
yes, once this is over, we'll provide an incident action plan of everything that took place.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, on to item H, board appointments, and we have one, the tax increment reinvestment zone, number 6, which is also known as Barizi Village.
Commissioner, I don't know what to call you, Commissioner Judge Pro Tem Morris, I'd like to, that's a lot, right? How about?
Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, Commissioner Morris. Okay. I would like to make the nomination for Steve Moody to be a member of the Barizi Village Reinvestment Zone number 6.
And I will second that. Motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And I guess, Teresa, if we can just make sure that we get word to the city of both Mr. Moody and Pastor Hardy's appointments to that. I think they're waiting to hear from us on that. If we could do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go into a consent agenda, and then after that, we will take a break for an executive session item. So just for the public that is here or those that are watching, we will take a brief break for that update with our attorneys. But we will go into consent agenda right now and see if there are any items to pull. If not, I will entertain a motion to accept all items.
To pull I and P.
P is in Paul?
P is in Paul.
Okay.
Only items
and P.
I and P. Any others? If not, we have a motion to accept the remaining items.
I would make a motion to accept items A through U on the consent agenda, except for items I and P.
Second. Motion and second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item letter I in consent agenda. Commissioner Gonzalez's item,
Yep.
and I guess, can someone pull HR? Do we have our interim HR director? Is that a question that you have for HR, Commissioner?
I might, I don't know, I just
Okay,
don't
can someone
know
call?
who stands with this one here, but.
We're
And maybe
pulling,
not, I think let me just go back a little bit here. I think we pulled this one last time and we tabled it for this meeting, and I don't remember saying we're going to put it back into the consent agenda, and if I voted for that, then my bad, but I don't know about I don't know, is this something new? Now we're going to be able to hire department heads under consent agenda? Because it's on the consent agenda. So I think we're going to hire department heads, usually go behind doors and do it, or just opening meetings. So the question is, can we hire department heads on the consent agenda? So, because if we see them there again, we're not going to say it's not policy, right? So, is it policy or not?
But as you mentioned, Commissioner, this is not the first time we had it, and just to speed it up, because there was a technicality that held up the last meeting, which was we didn't have backup documentation. That was your item, and the court recognized that that's a standard practice that we always honor. And so because of that technicality, we wanted just to be able to put it onto the consent. The judge understands that and agrees to it, and I overseen the agenda with our chief of staff, Ms. Fleming, and legal agreed and allowed that to happen so that it could just be a quick item. But now it's obviously a chance for further discussion. So we have HR here to represent any other clarifications on this, or that was really more of a court action. It wasn't really anything that happened or came from HR. But Ms. Dorsey, is there anything else you want to add to that? Or?
No, sir. If the court takes this action by vote in consent or in regular after discussion, I don't think it changes the effect of the vote.
Commissioner,
So we can discuss it here, since I pulled it, we'll discuss it.
You pulled it, yes.
So we can discuss it, I'm sorry.
I was just going to state that in court, it was requested for it to come back on the consent agenda.
I remember that, and I think I would have, that's why I said my bad, right? I mean, I'll take the blame for that too, you know? So, but I'm just saying, I think this should have been on the regular agenda, you know, just for the purpose of the item. I just don't want it to come back later on, when we discuss somebody's employment and we put it back on consent agenda, and say, that's not what policy says. You know, and we might hear that, right? But I'm just saying, we just got to make sure that, I just felt it should be on the regular agenda. And I know I probably voted for it because I went back and looked, but like I said, it was my bad. And I just, at that time, I just thought, you know, we'll just table it for this meeting for a regular agenda. And so, my bad. I just want to make sure we're doing this the correct way, Jenny, and it's not, you know, because it might happen again, you know, where it's going to come back and say we're going to put it in regular agenda, and it shouldn't be probably regular agenda, I don't think. But you're saying that we discussed it before, even though we didn't take no action, it was tabled, so we can come back on the consent agenda, right? We don't have to come back on the regular agenda.
I don't think the court policies speak to this, nor would statute. So I think this is up to the majority of the court, how you want to handle it.
Okay, all right. That's what I just wanted to bring that up, make sure we discuss it before we go any further.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so move.
Second.
Motion is second. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Please note it's a 4-0 vote, unanimous of the members present. Congratulations, Crystal, on making this official and final and formal.
And we appreciate all the hard work you've been doing for so long in this position. You've really done a great job, so thank you very much.
And I already expressed my support to her earlier today, so she knows where I stand on this. So, but, okay,
All right.
congratulations.
Thank you. On to item P, as in Paul, approve bond amount of $5,000 for the appointed Board of Parks Commissioners.
That 5,000 is coming from where? Who's paying the 5,000?
It's coming from the Coastal Parks budget.
Because it didn't say anything about where the amount's coming from, or the cost, or, you know, the funding source or anything like that, so. Okay, all right, so move.
Second.
Motion is
I can
second.
deal with that one.
All those, any
It's
further
statutory,
discussion?
Yeah. Sorry.
Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, none. And that is it for consent agenda. We now have one item that we will need to take into executive session, and so we will take a brief break on that. We anticipate this taking 15 to 30 minutes maybe at the most. So those of you that have any business with the court, recommend that you stay close by.
More like 30 minutes.
Probably 30. Okay, so we're getting an indication, probably closer to 30. Yes, sir, Commissioner Bussey.
Commissioner Gonzalez brings up a good point. I would suggest that anytime we have items on the agenda for court approval where we're going to move money from one place to another, that we have some short description of where that money's coming from and where it's going to. I think that's probably a good public policy, and the public has a right to know. So, thank you.
Citing the funding source is always good, and that may be a policy that we can bring up to the courts and just adopt it if it's not already in there.
It is a policy.
It is in there? Okay, so just to identify it maybe a little bit better, easier. I know some.
People don't know policy. They
Right.
don't know policy, but they can see it, they can read it.
Right, they'll see it easy. Understand. All right, got to get my cheaters out. So we are going to go into executive session now at this time.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to go back. If you look at the backup for the item that y'all just referenced, it says where it's coming from. The statute in the backup clearly states the oath and the bond will be paid by the board shall pay the cost of the bond. So it is in your backup. It wasn't on the summary sheet, but it was in the backup. So I do want to, I didn't submit this item, so I'm not taking up for myself, but I am letting you know that it was put in there as to where the cost would be in the backup.
So just some clarification on item P under consent. If there is none, then we'll move on to executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and for those executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioner Court elects to go into executive session regarding an item, the section or sections of Open Meetings Authorization, the executive session will be publicly announced, which it is now, in accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, sections 551.071, .072, .073, .074, .0745, .076, .086, .087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorney, including matters related to litigation, deliberating real property, prospective guests, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and or economic development negotiations, or other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion, we will come back at the appropriate time to take action if needed. And we are adjourned, or we are going into executive session at 11:28.
Yeah. Some people come with those.
We are convening after executive session. No action is needed. The time is 11:57 a.m. Because of the weather, we had someone come in late to want to give a public comment. So we're going to call up Mr. William Bill Chisholm to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda. And so, Mr. Chisholm, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Going back to consent agenda.
I'm sorry, calling this back to the consent agenda, yes. I mean, not to consent, to public comment.
Public comment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My concern is, I live out in the county, out off 666 for 50 years, and I've been paying taxes all this time. A while back, y'all approved giving $2-point-something million to put fresh water to a colonial. I would have liked to seen, and I hope you will in the future, consider when you get bonus money like that, to put in water pipelines either from Banquetti or up 624 with fire hydrants ever so far, so that the volunteer fire department can get water for to help us fight fires. In my neighborhood, we've lost 7 houses in the 50 years I've been there with 2 people burned. We've lost, when we moved out there, we had a constable's office out there. We had a sheriff's department that patrolled the areas. We had multiple other benefits. One of them was when we got heavy rains, the county commissioner would have an airplane dust the fields to help control the mosquitoes. Now we get a little truck. It puts out enough that goes, it won't even go in my front yard. But my big concern is we need to get some way to get water to fight fires. They have a tanker truck. When it runs out of water, it has to go 18 miles to the pump to get water to come back to help fight the fire. You got nothing left by that time. If you got money to give to colonials, they don't vote, they don't pay taxes. How about helping out those of us who do? Give us a water pipeline that we can put fire hydrants on to protect the residential areas out there. There's 7 of them, and a lot of them are $200,000, $300,000 homes. We're entitled to something, aren't we? We have 2 sheriff's deputies on the weekend for the whole county. If we call for help, we don't look for it for at least 30 minutes, because unless he's just driving around, we don't have it. So we're our own law enforcement. We've put out game cameras to monitor the highway, the roads, so that if anything happens, we know all the traffic that went up and down it. We've cleaned bar ditches. We've cleaned out trees out of the power lines and got threatened with fines by
Mr. Chisholm, your time is up.
All right.
Thank you for
But
sharing.
at least help us out, would you?
I announced his name. Does he need to announce it, though?
I don't know.
Mr. Chisholm, can you give us your full name? For the
William
record?
Charles Chisholm.
Thank you. And Mr. Chisholm, if you want to, I know, reach out to Chief Clack with the Annabelle Fire Department. He has a plan that maybe he can share with you on some of your concerns. I'm not trying to create discussion, but just for clarity, if somebody from staff can help get him that phone number, that would be helpful.
He can't put in a water pipeline for the...
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chisholm, can you provide your address? Would you be willing to do that?
Sir, I have no objection to anything.
Thank you. What is it?
6533 Rosemary.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chisholm.
I thank you.
Thank you, sir. With no other public comment, we will now go into a regular agenda. Number 3, agenda item A1.
Commissioner Montes, may I, if you don't mind, so that someone doesn't have to sit here, I wanted to potentially table 3A3 because I just got some new information on that item that I need to get a little more on because it was just handed to me and I'm not ready on that item. If you don't mind, I'd like to motion to table that until our next meeting. 3A3.
3A3. And that's a motion and a second to table. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed?
February 5th?
Aye.
3A3.
Yeah.
February 5th, okay.
Yes.
February
Yes.
5th, yes.
Yes.
Want to make that on record?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So now we'll go to the Bob Hall Pier item 3A1. We have land engineering here, and we have our various advisors on this issue, and we have a presentation. Also, Mr. Javier Huerta, good to see you as well. Scott, good to see you. Very important item today, big item for the county and the entire community and area. So we will go, I guess, to the presentation, unless Commissioner Chesney, do you want to?
I'll wait until he does
Okay.
his, and then I'll jump in. So go ahead. I'm kind of excited to hear the presentation
All
myself.
right.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Scott Harris, LAN. I'm going to introduce CLK here in a second. I just wanted to let everyone know the project's going very well out there. They're moving along with building the trestle for the construction trestle for the pier. So we have a progress meeting this afternoon with the contractor, but everything's going well. This item that you'll hear today is a presentation from CLK. They presented the concepts for the restaurant to the Parks Board, Coastal Parks Board on December 19th, and the Parks Board approved these concepts. This item here is for the court to ratify those concepts that the Parks Board approved on December 19th. So with that, I'll introduce Javier Huerta and Jerry Kramer from CLK to provide the presentation to you.
I have a question, though. I have a problem with that. We're ratifying something that the Parks Board, Coastal Parks Board, decided to do in December the 19th, and now we're bringing it to court on end of January. So what? You couldn't wait till you come to court for us to vote on it? Why are we ratifying this thing? Did they decide? Is there something that they're making decisions? We come back and we vote. I mean, I think we're going around the wrong way here. I think it should come to court first for us to vote on it. You know, support what they want to do. This is the way it's been done in the past. I mean, now they're taking all kinds of actions, and now we're going to ratify it. I think that if something comes out, we should be the ones voting for it. After they make a recommendation, this is what they want.
Right. That's kind of what we're doing today because the Parks Board is the statutory authority by law. They run and manage the coastal assets. So the procedure is everything goes to the Coastal Parks Board first, then comes to us. That's how we've always done it. That's exactly what we're doing today, we
have never ratified this before. They come to us, yes, with a recommendation, but never made a decision before they come to us, that I remember, for ratification. So this is really, I'm kind of worried about this, that we're going to start making all kinds of decisions for us to ratify. And I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be. You know, although the Park Board, I know there's tension, there's stake, whatever, but you know, at the end of the day, we're the one carries the blunt of this thing. I mean, we're the one who gets the blame for everything if something goes wrong, not the coastal parks.
And that's what we're doing, Commissioner. If you'll read the item, it says to discuss and consider ratifying and accepting the Nueces County Coastal Parks Board recommendation for the Bob Hall Pier restaurant building design.
Shouldn't even be there, Commissioner. Why are we ratifying if they hadn't made a decision?
Because we're ratifying their decision.
Well, I can understand the recommendation, and I can vote on the recommendation.
Well, you can vote no, or you can vote yes.
But I'm just saying, just let me finish, all right? I haven't finished my statements. But, you know, this is why I'm saying, I just don't want to open a door, coastal parks, to start making decisions and for us to ratify. You know, that's not the way it's supposed to. I know what it says there, and I can read. The thing is, why are we ratifying? The word ratify means it's already done. All we're doing is approving what they've done. So it's just not the way that thing should be done.
And
Jeannie, I don't know if there's
wait.
any issues here that I think that there are, I don't know, there are legal issues here that we need to.
You don't necessarily need to ratify. You're hearing their recommendation, which they have brought to the court,
right.
and you're going to vote on it. So you could potentially, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong in your mind, Commissioner Chesney, just discuss and consider the recommendation from the Parks Board and take out the word ratify.
I have no problem with that. Ratification means it's already being decided.
If you want to take out the word ratification, go for it. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is how we do it every time. If you don't like the word ratification, I won't use the word ratify anymore. That's my agenda item.
You
I
and
put
I
it
don't
on.
like the word, you know. Rick?
Well, I'm okay with the word ratify, but because I put it on there. But if you don't like the word ratify, that's fine. But you're getting the opportunity to vote on this recommendation
No, I
today.
don't have a problem with that.
Right, and that's great. Okay, then I don't really know. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I think we got that established. Recognize also our chair, Mr. Troy Adler. Good to have you here.
Okay, we'll move to CLK's presentation.
Commissioners, Javier Huerta, CLK Architects, 615 North Upper Broadway, Suite 1250. What we have before you is a concept that we've been working on for the past couple of months. We have been communicating with the Parks Board to define a concept that would work well with our Baja Pier. In that effort, we went through an exercise within our firm to create ideas that the board could disseminate and kind of fill them out. We were able to basically take two concepts that we created and merge them into one. Commissioner, what you see right here has not been presented to the Park Board. The Park Board gave us criteria from the two different concepts, and we merged those two concepts into this final rendition that is before you. So this is the latest and greatest rendition, adopting or incorporating all the feedback that we received from the Parks Board and also from LAN, and we talked to the structural engineers regarding the concepts. With that being said, the idea.
And I want to add too, Chairman Adler sent this to every member of the Commissioners Court in advance of their meeting, and also asked for input, of which I know Judge Scott did, I did, and I don't know if others did or didn't, but I think, I'm not sure, but so that was sent out to everybody also to gather their input before the meeting as well. Because you said you got input from others, so
yes,
that I want to be transparent. We were all asked for input prior to the Parks Board meeting, and so that was part of this process too.
Yes, and all that communication came directly from the Parks Board and LAN. We had no communication with anybody else regarding this item. What you see here is, so we wanted to take, this opportunity. This is going to be an iconic place for our community, and so we wanted to really create something special. So the ideas that we're going to present to you here are both. The concept is both feasible from a constructability standpoint, and from a cost standpoint, we believe it's within our budget. We're still yet to confirm that. We have to go through our process in order to develop this project further. But we wanted to really take a fresh eye look at this concept or this project, and be able to bring something to our community that would be impactful. And so the floor plan, the idea of the floor plan is the existing part of the area that was preserved, which was the dining area of the Baja Pier. That area would be preserved. The structure would be preserved. The exterior walls, the roof. We're trying to preserve the roof. We're trying to preserve the trusses that currently exist out of that portion of the building. We're going to create dining space in that area for approximately 140 to 145 people. There was a desire to, we went back and forth as far as it being air conditioned or not being air conditioned, and all the different complexities that come with that. We landed on the dining space is going to be air conditioned, but the waiters will have the ability to go outside, and there would be some tables outside where people would be able to dine outside the restaurant. We also talked about the transparency and being able to wherever you are on the restaurant, to be able to see all the way across the bay. And another thing that we did is we wanted not just to be able to see to the east and to the north, but also see to the west. The sunset to the west is beautiful also, and so we wanted to maximize the views from this location. So the way we laid it out allows for complete transparency on three sides of the building, where you'll be able to have beautiful views when you're in that space. The western side, we're going to deal with the shade with a shading mechanism. We're still trying to define that, whether it's a shading mechanism within the window system, so that in the afternoon when the sun is coming directly from the west, they can shade it off and be able to block it off and control that sun. Materials, we're thinking that all the materials, the majority of the materials are going to be some sort of composite type of material, that it's going to be weather resistant and the conditions resistant for this environment with the sand and salty air. So we're going to eliminate any sort of material that is going to have an issue for maintenance. We're going to try to harden this place so that it would be very efficient for you as far as maintenance costs. Additionally, all the HVAC equipment is going to be located in a second level mezzanine, and so it would be indoor, and it would be protected from the elements so that it will last longer, or it won't be exposed to the exterior. The only penetrations to the roof is going to be vents that would be penetrating the roof, and both in ventilation vents and also exhaust vents for the kitchen hood. Other than that, let's proceed to the next slide, please. So here's a view from the beach looking towards the southeast, and this is we're preserving the entire foundation of the existing part of the building. We're creating shaded areas along the north and the east side of the restaurant area for people to be able to both sit there and also be able to come, and there'll be a railing with airplane wire, stainless steel wire that would create the railing. Again, we wanted to keep that transparency from the interior, be able to see all the way across and not have any blockage from the view. Can you go to the next slide? This is a view looking at it from a little bit from the north towards the south. Towards the southwest, and this would be the look of the restaurant. We that canopy that you see cantilever out of the restaurant. There was great communication about having a lot of shade in this facility so that people can escape the sun. And so we had that requirement. We also needed to be able to brace that because the original building wasn't designed to have this solar canopy. So we're going to brace that with this system of post and rail on the perimeter, which is both. It gives us this appeal of making it look marine, making it look like a sailboat, and also it gives us a structural stability for the canopy. Next slide. So one of the big things that we received a lot of great positive feedback on was creating something iconic that this pier could be identified with. And our team came up with the idea of creating this mural, to having this mural wall that is just going to be, this center element that it's pretty large, that people will be able to see it from far away, and they'll be able to come to this place, take a picture, and remember the spot that they were at Baja Pier. The design of the mural, that's just a JPEG right now. What we want to do is work with you to create some sort of a commission to for artists to come up with a rendition of what that mural could be.
I think,
And-
you know, what could be cool, Javier, I really like that idea, is what really could be really neat would be to have some sort of community contest. You know, commission whoever you want to commission, let the Parks Board do that, but I thought it would be really neat to be able to have some sort of community involvement where people submitted something for the mural and that really reflected the coast and the island and so forth. So maybe that would be something too to, you know, put in the back of your minds, assuming we move forward today. And because I think I love that mural. I know that's just an example of it, and that's not what I do want to make that clear. That's just an example. We haven't decided on who or what or anything.
Correct.
Just a concept, but love the concept on what y'all came up with on that.
Thank you. Yes, and so then, you know, once we decide what that looks like, we'll decide also the materials, you know, what type of materials we use, whether we use ceramics or, you know, glass or I don't know. And so all those things, the construction system that we're proposing will handle anything that we want to throw at it. Next slide, please. Oh, stay there for a second. Another part of our task was the design of the restaurant and not the restaurant, the restrooms and the concession, the bait shop. Just want to make sure that you know, commissioners, that you follow me on this one, that we're designing that part of the pier. Jacobs, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jacobs has a current design for that part of the building. This is different than Jacobs' design. Our contract includes designing this. We're going to price it, but this is not what they priced. Okay, so this is separate than the restaurant part.
But that's also a separate budget line item too. So, I mean, meaning that's over here, and y'all have got to work that part out. But that's separate and above from the restaurant space that has its own line item budget
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And what, in discussions when we were talking about this, we didn't want to miss the opportunity to make this place feel cohesive. The current design, and I also, we didn't want to be restricted by that design, you know, that was there. So this would tie together both buildings, both in materials and architecture, where the existing design is not necessarily as appealing as this. Okay. Next slide, please.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that from the brown area or the design area, the blue, Jacobs is doing that?
On the other side, Commissioner.
On the right side of that image?
Across the,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
across the,
That's where the county
that's where the bathrooms are and,
and the county concession where we sell fishing bait
Yeah.
and tackle and stuff like
okay,
that.
so it's just separate?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is a budget for that, but until we finish the design, which we're already going to start working on that, on pricing exercises to see, you know, how we are on the budget. But that it's a unknown yet.
Well, don't go too far in your design and tell us that there's not budget. So
Yeah.
be very, very cautious on that one, because we have, you know, we have stretched our funds on this one immensely. So just be cautious and don't get too far down the road on design and then tell us you can't do it for what the budget is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next, this slide is
For less,
based.
though?
Is that?
You can make it for less.
You're dreaming.
So this is a view looking to the east, coming up on the pier. There was some discussions about whether there was going to be a ramp. There is a ramp included in the Jacobs design as part of the pier. That's not part of our scope, but it's already included in the pier. So there's an ADA ramp and the pier that goes. I mean, the pier access that goes up to that level. Next slide, please. This is a view on that walkway and the bracing that's going to be on the side which would be on the east side of the building and on the north side. Next slide. This is looking to the south. You see the pier on the left right there. Next slide. This is a view of that concession area. So the concession part is basically those windows that you see. That's where the county concession would be at. They will have two windows, one window to do transactions for purchases, and then the other one for gate access into the facility. Next slide. Oh. Also, I want to mention that there's some canopies that would be placed in this area, and those have to be broken out in different pieces because there's different foundations and different parts of the pier that are working differently structurally. So there's a little bit of play with those canopies and how they are assembled in that area, but it turned out really elegantly. The concession also, there was this discussion with Scott, the Parks Director, that that area would be shaded in front of the concession, and they could have an area for award ceremonies and that type of stuff, for fishing contest or surfing contest or whatever that may be. Next one.
That's cool.
I think I got a question.
Your mic.
I know, I'm gonna get to that, I just wanted to stop. Okay, Javier, so I'm trying to get up to speed on all this, I haven't been here in a while, but, so this part of the, you call it the concession we're looking at, the cost of that was included in the pier and was designed by somebody else, is that correct?
Yeah. Commissioner Pusley. So when we brought the project forward last year, Jacobs designed that county concession area there, along with the rest of the pier. At the time that we awarded the contract to Callan Marine, the Jacobs design for that county concession area on the right-hand side was complete. But the area that the restaurant is currently at, we decided to come back later, hire an architect with CLK to design that restaurant. So the budget for that area over there is in Callan's budget. It's a separate line item that it is totally separate from the restaurant, which has $2.2-ish million for the restaurant.
Okay.
We just wanted the two to kind of match. So we challenged CLK to come up with a revised design for that county area because we didn't want it to mismatch from one side of the pier
No,
to
obviously.
the other. Yep.
So are we going to change the design of the concession area, or are we changing the design of the restaurant to match the concession area?
They were going to change the design of the county's concession area to match the restaurant. The exterior features, like you see here, are different than what was in Jacob's design.
Do we have any idea yet how that's going to impact the cost?
Not yet, but it's my job to keep the project on budget and schedule, so I'll be watching it closely, and we're going to include them in all of the design progress meetings with the contractor. They'll be meeting with the contractor. It's the contractor's cost, their unit cost, that will be driving this, but we will deliver the project within budget without any additional costs needed from the county.
Where's the bait stand going to be? Bait and tackle stand?
It's right there where you see the window. Yeah, right in there. That's where the county employees would sit that would sell bait and drinks and stuff like that.
Because we made, if I remember correctly, we made significant money selling bait and tackle out of that at the pier.
Yes,
Absolutely.
460,000.
Yeah.
well, that was with
That was-
pier.
that was-
Yeah,
that
it was a lot. It was a lot.
It was a
But I don't know
lot.
if it was that
Okay.
much, but
That was pretty close.
Okay.
that was to get into.
Yeah, I've got some other questions and comments, but I'll hold it, but that's all I had for right now. Thank you.
Next slide, please. This is a view from the pier looking to the west, and that's you'll see the element of the mural wall. I was mentioning that part of the building is going to have a dual purpose. It's going to be that iconic mural placed on it on the exterior, but it also serves us for creating a mezzanine level, a second level where we're going to hide all the equipment and protect it from the elements. Next slide. This is a view looking at the mural, and there again, it has a little bit of a shade. We went back and forth as far as the shade right in front of the mural. We didn't want to block people from being able to stand there. There's some structural requirements there in order to be able to support the canopy and not, it being caught by the wind and lifted. So this is the concept that we have right now. We're still going to work it out with the engineer and figure out exactly the placement of those columns to minimize as much as we can that obstruction from the view of the mural. But it's plenty wide and plenty open that people will be able to easily stand in front of the mural and take photos. Next slide.
Hey, Javier, could you, while you're on this,
Yeah.
could the shade structure just go up higher to where the whole mural is exposed, or is that just not practical?
It won't do any good.
It won't be. It won't
Yeah, I
work.
mean, right now we're pushing that limit where you
Okay.
still get some benefit out of the shade.
Okay.
I mean, you see all kinds of shade devices in buildings, and they're not shading anybody. They're just architectural features. We don't want it to be that. We want if we have a shade, that it is going to function as a shade.
Yeah. Okay.
And we did a sun analysis on it to make sure that it will provide shade underneath that area. This is early morning, sunlight. This is really coming from the east. The sun is coming across, so you don't see a lot of shade underneath the canopy on this photo because it's coming from the due east, the sun right now. Next slide. The interiors, we talked to the board and the concept of the interior. We want it to be simple. We don't have a tenant. So we're not designing specifically for anybody, but this space we want it to be simple and flexible so that you'll have a lot of flexibility in your request for proposals. I'm not sure what process you're going to take for leasing this space, but basically we're going to have this island in the center that there's going to be a counter. We'll have beverages that would be able to be served from that area, and so the discussion there was entertainment, view, the appeal of this space, and so there was a lot of conversation about that and making it very restaurant. Give it that feel so that you'll have a nice tenant, somebody will pay well for this space, and also be able to attract people to come, and so the discussion was that this is what we needed in order to be able to create a lot of appeal for a potential leasee.
So Javier, you're giving, the design is just open space then? You're just giving us a concept of what it could look like or be designed?
We're going to, I think the design will include the counters. It will include the air conditioning, but the furniture and, monitors,
like
TVs.
the center.
That would be the restaurant will bring their own equipment that would be placed in there.
But I mean, the floor plan, like you expect to have like a centered area, bar area, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the concept.
That's the concept.
Yeah,
but that
so you're not
can
going to leave that open?
No.
Go ahead. I got a problem with that. I'd like to leave it up to whoever the restaurateur, whatever company, private individual it's going to be, to kind of come up with the design will work better for them, because that looks great, but I picture in the end it's going to be a bunch of people just having a good time and letting their bar tab go up, but I want people that can move in and out of there. I want families that can come in and out of there, and not just your everyday person that wants to just make that their home from 8 to 5 or whatever time that they're expecting to be there. I'd like to see more of an open concept.
Yeah,
That's just my personal thought on that. So.
We can look at the floor plan, Commissioner. Yeah. We tucked that area is tucked, to one corner of the floor plan.
Yeah.
And so we have a lot of seating for families.
So is that, and that's the question, is I'm not sure what this view is. This isn't in the center, right?
No, it's not.
Because originally it was in the center, and I think the input was, John, similar to yours, was to have more open feel. So that's a view that area is more tucked on a wall, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
And then it's much more open. So that view is a little misleading.
And that's just my gut reaction.
No,
it's
it
not
was
deal
what
breaker
a lot of
for me,
people's
but
guts
it's-
were.
The first slide, the first one.
I just want to make sure we get the most space. I mean, my next question I was going to say to the end is,
Here you go.
how
Look at
many
this.
people can you get on a pier? Because I think we're going to be hitting our capacity every day for the first several months or years. I mean, I think that this is going to be a huge draw once the ribbon's cut. It's just going to be nonstop. Every inch of that pier and restaurant is going to be highly utilized. And so I just want to make sure that it's
Yeah.
used. But I see it now. I saw it earlier.
Yeah.
So
It was, but John, we had the same reaction because the
Okay.
original design was in the middle, and I think everybody felt like that wasn't the way to do it, that we wanted, like you said, more open. So they moved that area because they moved it back down to where it is much more open. But that view that you looked at, it's misleading. So that's a great point of clarification.
Yeah.
That it's definitely going to be much more open and seating,
even
open
a
area.
smaller bar area to get more tables in. I'd like to see more people in there than rather just people.
So we play with
having
that,
fun,
Commissioner,
so.
as far as I mean, it's not a lot, it's not a big space. And so talking to restaurant folks, we were trying to figure out that number that makes this space viable for a restaurant. Because if it's not large enough,
I don't want our design to handcuff somebody's vision. The business person, the entrepreneur is going to have what their style is. There may be a restaurant that has a certain way of setting it up, and if we lock them into only a key design, I think that's detrimental. I would rather be more open and let someone come up with their concept of what they plan on doing, rather than us just to kind of design it. But
Commissioner, and we're totally able to do that. The only caveat, if we figure out a way that you can select somebody before we do the interiors, then that could be incorporated into the design.
That'll help. I think that'll hit what you want.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable.
like I said, this is not a deal killer for me. My initial reaction, I think a lot of people will see it and say, hey, just by looking at this footprint alone in this picture, it may not be to scale, but gosh, you could get close to up to extra 9 tables in that spot. I'd rather see 9 tables of 4 seats around it or so than, maybe you can get more in the bar setting, but
I think you could do that, John. I think you could do what Javier's suggesting, which is, and Troy's here, so he can take that feedback back, is you could send out the RFP or RFQ sooner to and then whoever ends up getting it could be and this is, let's be sure, we are not designing this for anybody that we have in mind. There is no deal. Nobody has this, because that's what I'm going to hear next. Is you've already got a deal. I've heard that all. Okay, so whoever then the Parks Board chooses and recommends, the court ratifies, or whatever term we want to use to pick that group. I'm just saying that could be the time then to get input, but we still have to design this in the best interest of the county. But at this point, that's why this is a little ambiguous, because we don't know who it's going to be and what they're going to want. At the same time, we want to make it, for the county for the whole. But so we could speed up the RFQ if, Troy, and do it sooner. You just would need to get with Javier, because I think the interior definitely has some flex. What we're trying to really get through today is more the outer part of it, so we can move, right? So that we can keep them going, designing strong, because we still got it. We'll get it back again at 30%, I think, because we'll need to see some technical drawings, but they can't move forward with anything until we kind of, and I don't mean to, the approved recommendation of the Parks Board today. So, but that's a great suggestion that I think the Parks Board needs to maybe consider speeding up the RFP on that so that we can accommodate what Commissioner Matas is suggesting.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Javier, I agree. These central bar things out in the middle of the floors sometimes create, I think, the illusion that that's what this place is a bar, and I'm not sure that's the message we want to send. And so, and plus the fact that it takes up a lot of square footage. So but I get the fact that we're a ways down the road. But we need to look at that very, very closely as we go forward. The other comment I would make, or just question I would ask, I remember in the old setup, there was a small private dining area that you could reserve. Did we decide not to do that, Commissioner Chesney, or?
I think this is, we're deciding right now. I mean, this is what they've come up with because.
We think that's an important.
There's no, I mean, it would cut square footage from the dining area.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what they've gotten back from the restaurants commissioner is the restaurant people that they've consulted is they need more space for everyday people to come in and eat and sit to be more profitable.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that someone couldn't come in and reserve that whole space through the restaurant to use for an event or something of that nature. But we also, remember, part of this changed a little bit because we're also doing Briscoe King Pavilion, as you're well aware of, being on that TERS board, and that's going to have a lot of event space.
Yeah.
So
They could move there.
I think we're going to shift the event more space over there, and then this would be more the restaurant area. That, I mean, and if someone's, Troy, if that's not right.
Sir, Commissioner Bussey, I don't recall
I don't either.
restaurant that you could reserve.
Yeah, I know there was because Brent had a fundraiser there one time. I went to it.
There was a separate, there was the kitchen, and it was separate, it was, because it was, right, it was a,
It wasn't very big.
They redid it, though. They redid it and made it another dining room.
right. That was a real disjointed building because it was one building and then we put another building against it. And so it wasn't designed the way, but Commissioner Pusley's right, it was that small area, then the kitchen, then the bigger area. So I think that's what he's referring to, and that is correct. We did have events over there.
And I'm not saying we need to have one. I'm just asking if it was decided that we weren't going to do that. But I'm okay either way. Thank you.
Can you go to the, go back where we were? Keep going. I guess we started on the interior views. This is the other view, looking at it from the northwest corner, looking back to the restaurant. And in this photo, you can, I mean, the perception that Commissioner Morris, the perception that the island is in the center, we kind of, here you can see more of the seating area in that space, kind of more to one side. Can you go to the next slide? This is looking back from the northeast corner, and you see that area, bar area, kind of towards the back, and all the seating around that, around the the east and north of the restaurant.
Where the best views are.
Yeah,
Seating is where everybody says,
yes.
we move that bar
Yeah.
so that people's seating.
Right. So our best views is east and north. I mean, those are going to be the, just the north, of course, will not have any glare. The east in the morning will have a little bit of glare, but after that, it's just going to be a magnificent view from that location. Next slide.
We're at the end.
That's it? Okay. That's all we got.
All right. Any other questions from the court?
Just comment, Commissioner, I really want to thank the Parks Board, thank CLK, Land, everybody that's worked on this, Scott Cross and his staff. This has been a labor of love for everybody out there. It hadn't always been a loving attitude, but it's been a labor of love for those of us who've worked on it. I think it's going to be magnificent. There's definitely room for tweaking. That's why we do this phase, and then we come back at the 30% design, and then we come back at 60, I think, is normally how it works. So everybody will get a shot at looking at all of it and tweaking and seeing how it's going to come out. But I think this is just going to be, iconic is a word that gets used all the time because this is definitely an iconic pier. I think it was a great decision by the Parks Board to involve CLK. And I ran into Jerry at a wedding, not just any wedding, at Emily's wedding this weekend, and he was telling me, and he's going to have to tell the story because I can't remember, he was telling me that you had a contest in your office where the men in your office and the women in your office both submitted designs for this, and then whoever, and then whichever was picked, and Jerry said one group won the inside and one group won the outside. So I thought that was kind of cool too, that y'all made a little competition within your office, and everybody in your office is local. So there's just been so much local participation in this, which I think is important. This court has always been so strong on involving local folks, and Jacobs Engineering has a local office, and CLK is local, and Land has a local presence, and the employees that are designed. So there's going to be so much that goes into this. John Michael with the hands, or Freeze Nichols is involved. Scott Mears is involved. I mean, there's just so many local people, and because we have so much local talent in this community. And I think this is a big project. This is a project of great magnitude. And the fact that we have so many people that are doing this, that are here locally, says a lot about our community and needs to be emphasized. And it's just going to make it even more important because they're proud of it. You know, they want to point to their kids and their grandkids. Hey, I had a role in that. And that's cool. I mean, I think that's cool. And I don't think that should be overlooked because this is going to be a neat project. I'd still like to look at some signage down the road, you know, some cool big signage too, but then your mural may take the place of some of what I had envisioned on that because we wanted some cool, like a big Bob Hall, like something like they have in Santa Monica, you know, for pictures also, but your mural may take the place of that. But I'm just, you know, I really am so appreciative of, you know, taking the input. You know, I know I spent a lot of time going over this and providing my input, and I know the Parks Board members did, and others did. Like I said, so thank you. First of all, I know everybody's getting paid to do it, but that doesn't mean that it's always done right just because people are getting paid to do it. And I do appreciate all the effort on this because I really think this community is going to enjoy. It's going to be some of the best views on the Texas coast. It's going to be one of the neatest, most iconic, coolest looking places on the Texas coast, and it's something I think this entire court, this whole community will be proud of. So I appreciate everybody's role in this that played a part, and I would make a motion to move forward and approve and accept the Nueces County Coastal Parks Board's recommendation for the Bob Hall Pier Restaurant building design. That'd be my thank you.
All right. In a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right, we appreciate this exciting step forward.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your work. Okay, Lan and Chairman Adler, thank you.
My fault. I put it in.
All right. On to item 3A2, discuss and consider approval of request to amend the Dune Protection Permit DPP 202304-04 for compensation for violation at 7213 State Highway 361, Port Aransas, Nueces County, Texas. The applicant is John Petrobon of Island Beach Resort, LLC. And Scott or Christine? Are you?
Yeah,
Christine,
thank
there
you.
we go.
So this is a DPP for violation compensation that y'all had approved previously, and John Petrobon did place the material and planted it, and then we had Tropical Storm Alberto that washed it out. It was, you know, based on conversations with GLO and everyone else, placed on the beach side of dunes. So this amendment is to go back and put it on the back side of the dunes after more conversations with GLO and BMAC. BMAC did review and recommend approval of this. GLO sent us their letters with recommendations, one of which was a little different than their typical, that wanted to put a restriction on them to go and place that material within 3 months of receiving all of their permit approvals, including from the county and the city. So everything else about this request is pretty normal. We're just trying to get them a successful violation compensation area that won't get washed away.
And everybody's in agreement on this one, I believe,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
BMAC, the applicant, everybody. This is non-controversial. Okay.
Non-controversial, all right.
I would make a motion to approve the request to amend Dune Protection Permit.
Motion
DPP.
and second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And discussion, questions, yes.
You would help me out here. Who are you?
I'm Christine
Oh, sorry.
Majors. I helped Scott Cross out with the dune permits. Not directly, as a consultant.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? We had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Item 3 is tabled to the next meeting. Item 4, discuss and consider approval of time extension only of the period of performance date from July 30th, 2024 to April 30th, 2025 for TDM HMGP FEMA project DR 43320295 Nueces County Courthouse Generator Project and related matters. And we have our Public Works Director and County Engineer, Juan Pimentel, to give us an update. Juan, you're up.
Judge, Commissioners, we're requesting an extension requesting an extension on the time for the grant application or for the grant. Yeah, so this is for Tatum, and we're requesting the extension to April 2024.
This is,
Is this a time extension only?
Yeah.
Time extension only, yes.
Why?
That's just time extension. Yes, sir.
Only?
Yes, sir.
so moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion, questions?
Question.
Commissioner Pusley.
And I'm sorry, one, I'm trying to get up to speed here. So I was going to call you yesterday, but I just ran out of time. So according to what I read, this generator is already in place and installed, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And is it a diesel generator?
There's 4 generators here at the courthouse, and they're gas, and then there's 2 at the.
When you say
annex.
gas, like gasoline, or are they?
Natural gas.
They're natural
Yes,
gas?
sir, coming from the city.
They're
Yes.
all natural gas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. That's, when I saw, the report just said gas, and I thought, wow, we're going to store a lot of gasoline.
No, sir, they're natural gas.
Okay, that's great. That was my question. The other comment I had, I've had several requests from different departments, and maybe you can put this together about if we had a power failure on this campus, when these generators come online, what's going to be powered up? Is there going to be any areas that are not going to be powered up, I guess would be the question.
No, sir, the 4 generators for here for the courthouse will power up the whole facility. It'll power up the courthouse and the jail, and at the annex, it'll be part of the whole facility at the annex too.
Okay, so everything would come online?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Can I, real quick on that too? So I thought I don't know why I thought you were going to bring the vendor for an update on this, because we've extended this thing repeatedly.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, if there's questions, there's Capital, John Warren, and then also NRG. They're on Zoom. If you have any questions for them, Commissioner, I did invite them to the meeting.
Well, yeah, I'd like to know if we're really going to be finished again. This is the 5th or 6th or 4th, or I don't even, how many times have we extended this thing?
I think, what is it, the 3rd time? It's the 3rd time, Commissioner.
3rd time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fourth time?
John's on the.
Yeah, I'd like to know if we're going to really be finished, because we keep doing this. I mean,
Yes, sir. Is
just
Capital or?
Hey, Juan, this is Donnie Puente with Capital Electric.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the delay on this project, it has really been the reclosures and trying to get them in our hands. When we first bid the project, we were told, a total of 22 weeks that it would take to have those reclosures in hand. And that date continued to get pushed out and pushed out and pushed out because of manufacturer delays. We were sending in letters that we have backup on that stuff. The reclosures didn't get here until I think it was like right at August, September-ish of this past year in 2024. And that was the 2 at the courthouse. The other 2 showed up probably 6 weeks ago at the jail. So we finally did get those installed. Right now where the project sits is it's getting the finalized programming in. That way the reclosures and everything works automatically as soon as power goes down. There's been a small delay on that, but we're hoping to see that programming in for review by the end of this month, if not early the first week of February. Once that gets in for review and it gets approved, we can get back out on site, and it's going to be probably 2 weeks worth of work. So we feel really confident that by April we should be wrapped up with this. Yes, sir.
and is this the one that we had to pay back because Tatum didn't approve, or is this another, am I getting my projects confused?
The McKinsey Annex.
Okay, so is this not happening on this one too? I mean, are we gonna have problems on this? Because so is that a different company that we had to do on the McKinsey Annex where we had to pay back money?
No, the reason for the payback, it was for the annex. The annex generators were under the disaster of the 2015 flood.
Mm-hmm.
These courthouse and jail generators are under the Harvey hurricane disaster.
So is this costing us money potentially if Tatum, is this a reimbursement deal too that we
Yes.
may not get?
It is, basically, the budget is at 3.7, and since we did request a scope modification, and that increased the local share. So it's not 75-25, it's more like 33-66, 66 being the county's part. So basically, as long as we do everything, provide all the documentation. And they're asking for documentation right now, and I just received it from purchasing, so I'll be submitting that, so.
Okay, so if we increase the scope, that's on us. I get it. That's fine. I'm saying with the McKinsey, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't get reimbursed for something that we should have gotten reimbursed for because there was a problem there. This is not what we're talking about today, other than I'm trying to correlate it to, is this going to potentially happen on this to where because of these time extensions, we're going to potentially lose out on reimbursements that we could have gotten, which means we're going to end up paying more. Is that going to happen?
Yeah, we just requested and got reimbursed our percentage for all the generators, and that was 1.1 million. We received 318,000. So the second request is what's being reviewed. It's another 1.7 million, which is all the contract, the vendors for the rest of it, HJD, NRG, those have been submitted and they're under review.
So your answer is you don't know,
I don't know.
That's a fair answer, but the answer is you don't know, but it could happen. And it could not happen, but
Correct.
But we don't know. Okay,
Yes.
so if these time extensions end up costing us reimbursement money, then what?
And I just wanted to explain, on the annex, the disasters only go to a certain period. So the annex are still being maintained with this reclosure issue, but we cannot request any reimbursements through FEMA because that disaster has closed. So any expenses after that December 31st, 23, we couldn't request. So we have continued asking for the reimbursements on the courthouse generators, which are in line. And the reason that we had to pay back some money to FEMA was because the first requests for the annex were paid at the 75-25 percentage. And we met all requirements, but since the scope modification changed as well, the percentage was increased more local share, so we had to pay back something that we had already been reimbursed.
Okay, but my question is, are these time extensions that we continue to do part of the reason that we could not potentially get reimbursed on this project that we're looking at today?
In other words, the longer we go, the less chance we get of getting reimbursed.
Hopefully that everything that I have submitted will allow us, so far, the only thing that hasn't been submitted are this past months of invoices. They are reviewing, and I'm hoping, I'm providing all the procurement information that they were asking for. I'm hoping that this will go better.
Okay, I'm going to let you off the hook for the moment, but I want to know by the next meeting, and we probably need to have an executive session on this, because I need to figure out what these, and on this one and the other one, because I need to figure out what these time extensions are costing the taxpayers of Nueces County, and what we need to do about it. So if someone could put this one and the other one on the executive session for the next meeting, because I want to see what happens with what you said submitted, and you would think by the next meeting, hopefully we might have an answer to what you just said you're waiting on?
No, sir.
No.
No.
Because?
I submitted the second request, I think, in May of last year, and they're just asking for information. So I don't see that I will get any information from them.
Yeah, apparently. Well, then,
Yes, sir.
then I guess let's put it on the second meeting in February, please, Teresa, if you would mind putting that on for the second meeting in February with an executive session, so we can kind of go through all this, and then I'll move on. Thank you.
And you needed also information on the annex that's been closed, or just this courthouse?
Yeah, I think we'd have better talk about both of them, because if we've lost some money on that other one, it's not on the agenda, so technically I'm just correlating the two because it's germane, but I don't think we can have a discussion on that one since it's not posted, but I'd like to.
Commissioner, we are going to have the other one on the agenda for the next court, the first court in February, for discussion.
Oh, if you're going to anyway, then put them both on.
I can't speak for this one. I can only speak for the next one because we did, like you said, we had to pay some money back, and so I'm getting Commissioner's Court approval for that.
Okay, well then let's just put them both on, and we'll see where we are, and let's have an executive session and see what that means. Because I don't know where we're going to pull that money, because I guess you're going to come ask us for general fund reserves, and we need to.
I think we'll wait this long. It's a kind of a kind way of saying we're not going to pay you.
Pardon me, sir?
It's a kind way of telling us they're not going to reimburse us when they prolong it and prolong it and prolong it.
Well, probably.
No, that's the way all of them
Yeah, I
are.
was gonna say, unfortunately, that's the way they
As I
are.
said, the annex were 2015 flood disasters, and they just closed it out 2023.
Oh my gosh, they're painfully slow.
Okay. So we did have a motion and a second to approve the time extension only, but you're wanting to rescind that motion, or are we proceeding with the
Can I
time
make
extension?
a comment on that?
Yes.
What I'm asking for is to extend the period of performance. Basically, as I said, the deadline that is current is July of 2024.
Right.
And if we don't extend it, then any invoices paid as of July will not be approved. And that, I have
That's what
already
I-
requested reimbursement,
That's a good
so,
question, yeah.
it's like, it's not going to be.
So if you're saying we have to do
disallowed.
this because it benefits us?
Yes, sir.
Then
Okay.
that is
Period of
an acceptable
performance.
answer.
So that's the motion. That's the second. And any other discussion?
No, sir.
If not, we'll call for a vote on that item. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? But staff does have the direction that obviously has been expressed to bring this up in the future. Do we need to take a second vote on that, or do we all understand to bring it back? Yes?
I'd just like them grouped, if someone could just group them, to bring them both at the same time, whenever that is.
All right.
Teresa, if you can just help with that, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, Emily's gone for her honeymoon. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the updates. Appreciate everyone online that participated as well. On to item number 5 under the regular agenda. Discuss and consider allocating $15,000 of capital credits administration funds for economic development fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Miss Teresa, it's yours. We had you here last meeting to do most of the capital credits, but these got left behind.
Right, the downtown management district was just inadvertently left off the list. So it was there, but they did not include it for funding,
I don't know. I
Not
thought I
the down-
did, but she said I did.
not the downtown management district.
I thought I did, but she said I didn't,
It
so
was
I
not
don't know.
included in the.
I didn't
the
look, I don't
7.
know. I thought I did, but then Teresa said I didn't, so.
Clarified it at the end, you said for clarification, you said DMD, and then, yeah, you did.
The ones that were approved were the CC Black Chamber, the Flower Bluff Business Association, Northwest Business, Padre Island Business, Port Aransas Chamber, and Texas A&M, and West Side Business.
So my minutes.
And Antonio.
So my minutes do say,
Antonio Garcia,
just so you know, for
Right.
the
If-
record.
So
Antonio Garcia.
And Antonio Garcia.
And,
Yeah.
and Antonio
that was on
Garcia.
there, yes.
So,
And so we did
assuming
not
that one way or the other, we're not trying to do an extra, we're just trying to make sure that's done. So we can motion to ratify it? No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. Got to have a little fun in life. I would make a motion to pass this as long as it's not a double on the downtown management district, to allocate the money to both organizations, as long as it's not a double for downtown management district. That would be my motion today.
Motion and a second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
So ratify. Just kidding.
Are we also including the London Business
Yeah, that
Association?
was my motion.
Okay.
With the Linden, yes, with both items. Okay, thank you. Item number 6, discuss and consider allocating $60,703 from Commissioner Precinct 3, 2021 CO funds for the construction of windscreens at the Richard M. Borchard Equestrian Arena and all related matters. And we have Edward here and Celia, I thought I saw earlier, is she here?
She was here, but she had to leave. They're still doing the stock show stuff. So
The
there's-
breakdown of all the work that they did, yeah. So if any of you have been out there, this is my item, if any of you have been out there at any event, it's a great part of the whole complex that we have. The visioning that was done years ago really has made great use of it, and some parts of the year are used more and highly than others. Even though we don't have the extension of the Buck Days prelim rodeo, we still have a lot of equestrian, livestock-related events that are out there, and some big formal events, fundraisers that are used on a regular basis that help draw in funding to the Robstown area, to the county gets our portion, and of course to the management company that also runs that out there. This is in response to kind of just that, seeing the conditions that when it's wide open, when it's in the summertime, any breeze is appreciated. But as we've been having arid conditions for a while, you get that top layer coming off the fields, and you get a fine dust that kind of goes everywhere. So this is kind of a windbreak, especially now as we're thinking of northerns that are coming in. You would want a windbreak to kind of help be able to beat the chillier temperatures, but also in the summertime we would get that harsh southern breeze that comes in off the fields and really kind of stir up some dirt to get into there. And when you're out there for several hours, that becomes kind of a burden. So that was one of my observations I made last year, and my goal was to kind of help rectify some of that. We know it's not going to mitigate all of the dust or debris that we get flying around there, but at least help with some of it. So we have a plan in the works that Edward's been helping me work on, and the management team over at the fairgrounds to help bring this to reality. So it's not a large amount. It was a smaller amount that we were be able to get approved just by myself and not need to bring it to court, but it's gone over. But also it's just a project like this is worth kind of highlighting and bringing to the court's attention, and of course also hopefully to the court's support. So this is my funding. This is the amount. It has been bid out. There is background information on this. So any questions I can help answer, and also Edward can help providing background as well.
Just a comment, Commissioner, if I could. I thought I had this really brilliant idea of helping you out a little bit with in reading our the monthly expense reports that we're going to go over here in a little bit. I saw that there was a little over $1 million, 1.1 million left in the sale of assets for the fairgrounds, and I'm assuming that was money that was left over from the sale of the property for the outlet mall.
Correct.
And it, if I remember correctly from years past, that we were told that that money had to be used at the fairgrounds. But Teresa just whispered in my ear that you guys spent that money balancing the budget last year, so it's no longer there.
You were gone a long time, buddy.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Too long.
Anyway, but I think this is just to go along with what you said, Commissioner. This is a really good ideal. As you know, the American Cancer Society holds their big event out there, and I guess it was last year. They had this event there, and we had like a windstorm, and it was not comfortable for anybody. So this will help, and if we need to do some more of this at the Equestrian Center or somewhere in that area, I'm still trying to get my hands around the Precinct 1 monies, but if I have some, I can look at helping out with some additional if we need to.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah,
and Edward, you want to talk about how many windscreens we have estimated right now that we're going to put into use?
Commissioner, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So essentially, we're looking at 11 screens right now, and this is going to be a way to actually monetize those screens as well, because we could always print some logos if anybody wants to buy one of those screens, right? So this is also an opportunity for that. It's also an opportunity for us to bring in more traffic into the Equestrian Center, because now that we have that ability to where we can cover off that section, and as Commissioner said, the winds blow from the southeast prevailing during the summer months, and that's when we have a lot of our events. So this is, I'm looking at it as a pilot to start the project, and we have some engineering in there so that we can make sure we don't do any damage to the facility, and that we can perhaps in the future, as Commissioner says, expand it to include the other exterior areas. So, Commissioner,
so this will just basically cover the west wall there where the short space is, and these will be fixed. There won't be where you could raise and lower
well,
them.
we would probably, we're going to use them all the time, but we're going to be able to take them down for a case of a hurricane or something.
Okay, good idea. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we want these to last for a while, so.
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. I will second. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? And one absent. Commissioner Chesney's not here. 3-0 vote. All right, on to item number 7. Discuss and consider approval of the 2025 amendment to supplemental pay allocation to Department 1325 as designated by the county attorney in accordance with Section 46.0031 of the Texas Government Code. Ms. Dorsey.
There's a letter there as backup, I believe, that explains the change, that just changes the supplement that I take from, to raise it up to the new amount.
Commissioner, can I go back and just be shown as voting aye on the last,
Okay.
please?
Duly noted. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dorsey, you were saying, so this is just a technicality we have to just kind of go through to.
This is a supplemental
action.
fund provided by the state that is spent at the discretion of the county attorney. Most of that money goes to supplement the salaries of the attorneys and the staff in my office, and this is the step that takes care of my own salary.
Okay.
And so,
Motion to approve.
yeah, I'm just curious, does this have to come to the agenda since it's totally your discretion? Or is this just a,
My understanding is that before I got here, it did not come, but we were told by the previous auditor that it needed to come. I am happy not to bring it.
well, I'm
since
just
it is-
curious. I mean, it says in the statute, you know, I'm reading, it has the sole discretion to use this account pursuant to the limitations set out by the same statute. So, I don't know, I know you might have a conflict ruling on your own,
Well,
statute.
No, I am happy to bring it to the court just so that it is also on the record of the court and there for anyone to see in the community.
This is definitely a ratification, right? I mean,
This one, I hope you would.
Ratified, just bring it to the court, that's a good point. I agree with that.
okay, let's go. I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
So
you,
we have
ma'am.
motion?
I made the motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Do we have a second? Mr. Commissioner Gonzalez. Any other discussion? None. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Motion passes. Thank you for being transparent. You always are, but I guess we'll go off of what you felt needed to bring forward, although it seems like maybe you don't have to bring it in the future, so. All right.
Noted.
Next is item 8, discuss and consider approval of reappointment of County Judge Connie Scott to Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2, the Island, and discuss and consider approval of appointment of Precinct 1 Commissioner Mike Pusley to Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 3, downtown, to replace County Judge Connie Scott and related matters.
So moved, and discussion.
Motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Second, and discussion. Yes, sir.
The last time I asked this, they said Judge Scott's wasn't up, so now she's up because we did this the last time. Right, and so, I also asked if I needed to be reappointed, and so is my term not up either? Because I'm kind of.
Tara monitors that,
Yes.
and so she can probably run right in and give us a better explanation. But I think the judge wanted to defer to Commissioner Pusley since this is a.
No. I'm talking Island. My bad.
I'm sorry,
My
on the
bad.
Island.
My bad.
Island.
My
Got
bad.
you.
That's
Okay.
not mine. I'm just making sure that I don't need to be reappointed since last time we were told that neither did Judge Scott, and now we're reappointing her. So I'm just making sure that I'm not getting left out because I'd like to stay on that one.
Any second.
So if someone could, before we move on off of this item, I would like to get an answer to that. So if we need, can we?
Just for North Beach Zone, right?
I'm hoping Tara's going to magically walk in.
Just for North Beach?
No, the first one. There you go. How about that? That number 2 is the Island, and number 3 is downtown.
Yes, sir.
There's no backup here.
It's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there should be a list of the backup, the actual attachments should be the list of the board
I'm just
members.
making sure
I
because
But
don't
yes,
see a
sir, I
backup.
want to say your next year, Judge Scott, I forgot to list her. She wasn't noticed on the last meeting. I think it was on the last agenda, it was noticed as Commissioner Mata's, and it had been Commissioner Gonzalez replaced with Commissioner Pusley for TERS 2 on the island. You weren't expired, so you didn't need to be reappointed, and I forgot to notice Judge Scott last time.
Okay.
And we're replacing on the downtown TERS, Judge Scott with
yeah,
Commissioner
that one
Pusley.
I'm not asking about. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
just okay because the backup showed that I'm good till 2025, but
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just making sure because we're doing something different from last time on Judge
Yes.
Scott. So this is okay. All right. As long as we're good to go. That's all I've got a question on. Thank you, Commissioner Monas.
All right. Thank you for questions. Any other discussions? on this item? No other discussions? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No opposed, 4-0. On to item number 9, discussion and consider upcoming Commissioner Court meetings, workshop dates, related matters. On here listed as the next meeting dates are February the 5th, February 19th, March 5th, March 19th, April 9th, April 23rd. Seeing no discussion or need to move around dates, we will continue to proceed, but if an issue comes up, of course, the court will notify the public to make changes. On to item C, auditor. We have several items under the auditor this week.
Did we not do
Public Works?
Public Works.
Oh, I'm sorry, right over to Public Works, yeah, let's skip right all through that. We don't need you, Juan, we've already seen you enough today. Yeah. Sorry about that. Discuss and consider approval change order item number 1 in the amount of $493,759 ARPA funds with Victory Building Team for the medical examiner addition and renovation project and related matters.
Judge Commissioner recommending approval of the $493,759 from ARPA monies. One's for precinct 2 and the other one's from the medical examiners. We're choosing alternate 1, alternate 2, which is for some parking lot improvements, and then alternate number 5 is for HVAC improvements at the existing facility, and then the purchase of the 4 autopsy tables for the and 6 surgical lights. So Public Works is recommending approval.
And this is all from, I'm sorry, second, and this is all from precinct 2?
Part of it's precinct 2, and then part of it's from the medical MEs for the tables. They had some monies in the ARPA monies.
They approve one time, or they have some money themselves?
It's the medical examiner's equipment and office furniture.
In their budget?
In their
Yes, sir.
budget.
That's what I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
about. Okay, thank you.
All right. We had a motion and a second, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Chesney. Any other discussion or questions? I had a chance to go out there a couple of weeks and see our team out there, and they're doing great work. We're very fortunate to have the doctors that we do, the additional staff, and so I know we've all been out there at some point or another, but just to, I think, go out there and show our support would be helpful to that team. They're so vital, and it's such a small pool of, especially for the doctors and administrators that specialize in that work. So everything we're doing on our end to help support them, Commissioner Gonzalez, I know I've put funding into the other commissioners and judge have put their own separate funding in the past to help out this important department. So we know how much is needed to keep a stable medical examiner's office for our community and what it means financially and other means if we don't. So hearing no other discussions.
So I'll go on. Don't forget, if you don't give me that word, I think we're coming, I want to bring it back on the next meeting.
Yes,
to
sir.
make sure about the fence, make sure we approve the fencing now so we can get started.
Yes, sir. I'll get with that with Commissioner.
Okay.
All
Thanks.
right. Okay, so,
A motion and a second
Bring it
on
back.
the amount for change order number 1. Any other discussion or comments?
wait, but you're okay with this, right? Oh, okay. You just mean
Okay.
another item. Oh,
Good. All right. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
But thank you.
4-0. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate it. Now to auditors. Item C, 1, discuss and consider the request for the Nueces County Juvenile Probation Department to include mental health services and medical physician services as an addition to the supplier payment exception list, not requiring Commissioners Court pre-approval and related matters.
Yes, this item was added to the agenda at the request of the Juvenile Department, and I believe that someone is here from Juvenile to discuss.
Good afternoon. If you can
Hi.
identify yourself and your title.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Claudia Economopoulos, and I'm the Mental Health Supervisor for the Nueces County Juvenile Justice Probation Department.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello. So we were making this request. We have several of our contractors that work with us providing mental health services. We are struggling with being able to hire counselors for our full-time positions currently. And so we've done a better job of being able to bring people aboard to provide those services as contractors. The challenge is there is often a delay in being able to reimburse them for those services. So we are requesting we are requesting that we are able to move to put them on the exception list to reduce that delay in being able to pay them. For many of them, this is their only source of income, and we could not operate our facilities and provide all the mental health services without them.
So moved, Judge, or Commissioner.
Second.
Thank you, Doctor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion or comments from the court? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, from the auditor, discuss and approve yield reduction payment for positive arbitrage in the amount of $140,471.54 to the United States Treasury in exception of IRS Form 8038-T and related matters.
Yes, sir. Positive arbitrage is a result of reinvesting the proceeds from the tax-exempt debt in a materially higher interest or yielding taxable security. As a rule, the federal government does require that the excess interest earnings be remitted as an arbitrage rebate back to the federal government. I have Matt Pichelle on Zoom available to discuss the report that he has prepared that is also attached to the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Gonzalez. Any discussion from the court?
This is because we made too much interest.
We made too much interest.
Okay.
Okay. Then you got to pay it.
By February 15th.
I gotcha.
There you go.
So no delays here.
No.
All right.
Oh, and I'm requesting early release of that. It's on the agenda item as well, to be early released as soon, so that we're able to meet that February 15th deadline.
Yeah. Okay. And that's part of the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Item passes. On to item number 3, approve budget amendment number 2 for fiscal year 2024-2025.
I respectfully submit budget change order number 2 for discussion and approval. We have, again, attached the item for the tax appraisal district budget change order. However, I was advised that it will be brought back for Commissioners Court the first meeting in February. So I would request that the budget change order in cost center 12850 for general administration, that's for $79,580, be tabled pending that discussion with the appraisal district as per the previous requests of Commissioner Chesney.
And that is noted as part of the motion. Is there a motion from the court?
So moved.
Motion. Second. That is holding the tax appraisal district item to the February 5th meeting. We have a second? I'll second. Any discussion or comments on this item?
What's the purpose of waiting?
Commissioner Chesney had previously requested to speak with the appraisal district, and I was advised after we had already submitted the agenda item that they were going to postpone to the following court. If I was advised incorrectly, I apologize.
I think the judge wanted to be here. I think we needed to really have a full court. Yeah. And so apparently this doesn't hurt the county necessarily to wait a couple of weeks.
There's no bill due until March, I think.
Right.
So that was the reason.
So that was really the main reason.
Sorry. I should have picked up on that. Sure. I mean, I should have responded. I'm sorry.
Okay. So that's why we clearly stated that item is removed. Everything else is included.
Table it again?
No, I'm sorry. All the items are on there except for item 12850.
Which is the appraisal district.
Which is the appraisal district. So that's the motion. That was the second. Any other discussion on that?
Everything but that one? Okay.
Is that good? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, seeing none, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Thank you, item passes. On to item number 4, receive monthly financial reports for fiscal year 2023-2024 for the 12 months ended September 30th, 2024.
Yes, Commissioner, this is the unaudited, unadjusted monthly expense report for the 12 months ended September 30th, 2024. If you turn to page 2, there is an unadjusted, unaudited ending fund balance. Please be advised that there are several large items that have not been posted as of the date that this was ran. It does not include the $2 million transfer that Commissioners Court approved on December 11th, 2024. I am bringing several items back for Commissioners Court discussion and consideration, including a refund that was made to TDM for the jail annex generator. That was the grant that we were just discussing a moment ago. That's going to come back on the 5th. Also, an ERAP refund that will be issued. There's also a shortage in inland parks that I'll be discussing, and a previous long-term receivable that is in group health. That again I can provide options for how we can fund that. And those all were previously discussed on September 11th, 2024. So these are all me bringing back for official court decisions for items previously noted whenever we were reviewing the budget. With that said, the unaudited, unadjusted ending fund balance for the general fund is currently $26,259,561, but I'm anticipating that that is going to decrease. Again, we already know that $2 million has come off of that, so that's $24,259,561, and then the additional items could potentially also impact that, but it would all be pending Commissioners Court's decisions. I did also want to note that on page 17 of the report, the county clerk, there is an overtime expense that is incorrectly reflected in cost center.
Are you reading from the September or November?
I'm reading from September.
Okay.
On page.
So tell me again on page 2.
On page, okay, so that's on page 2 that has the.
What's the fund balance?
The fund balance, well, with the $2 million transfer that Commissioners Court approved on December 11th, the fund balance would be $24,259,561. But like I said, there's several large items that I'm going to bring before court on the 8th for your consideration, as funding needs to be determined for those items.
And didn't we specifically allocate some recent funds to go to the fund reserves? Or have we not done that yet?
That's in the current fiscal year that those additional funds are going to go to the fund balance.
But then you'd have to add those back in when you're,
So
to give us what that balance is.
That's going to be in your fiscal year ending 9/30/25. These are all items that are going to affect your fund balance ending 9/30/24.
Right, but if we were to say, as of February 1, 2025, what's in the reserves, you're going to say what that amount is. I mean, which is going to be $24,259,561 minus what you've said plus, in other words,
plus the transfers minus the expenses.
If we want a real-time number, which is what we always want to know, or what I always want to know, I think the court does too, that's the number I want, is a real-time number.
In order to get the real-time number, you have to have your beginning fund balance, and I need those items to be able to get that beginning fund balance. But I will have that real-time number for the December report.
Right, so just make sure that, for the December report. Oh, okay.
For the December monthly financial report.
Right, so just make sure, right.
Or an estimate of it. Again, it's a moving target.
And it moves regularly, like right now, it's at 26 million, and it's going to go to 24, and you're going to present some big-ticket items. I get it, but don't forget to do the additions as well as the subtractions.
Yes,
okay.
Of course, sir.
Because I want to show that we are trying to replace those funds with other funds while we can, when we can.
Okay, going into the details, after speaking with the county clerk, there was a position that was moved to a different cost center. However, it was not properly transferred. So therefore, the cost of that overtime is going to get moved to Department 11900, which is County Clerk Elections. And then there's also a typo on page 18. For ledger account 541000, other services and charges, 37,430 minus $34,981 is a positive $2,449, not a negative $11,617. So there is a 0.65% of the budget still available. And that leaves an available balance at the end for that cost center of $11,149 rather than the negative $2,917 displayed. And so I apologize for that calculation error.
Sure.
Assuming that there are no questions, I can move on to the November report. There's no action necessary by court. It's just receiving the presentation.
Before we move, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 9 on the September version, this lists all of the income from our hangar rentals at the airport.
Yes, sir.
Why is there, is the Williams hangar no longer being rented?
What?
I will defer to Teresa. What is the status of that? Isn't that the one that we just took to court with the contract?
That's correct.
There was no contract in place, and therefore no revenue was collected, is my understanding.
For how long?
A significant period of time.
I believe the contract ended in April, Commissioner, and John Cox would have to kind of explain what happened as far as not bringing it back.
Several other hangars there, the HM3, M4, M5, it also showed zero income. Why is that? My understanding, we have people waiting in line for hangars. Why would we have some that are not being charged?
You probably need to have a discussion with the county judge when she gets back. I think she's been working on it, and I don't know all the details for that, but unless Teresa does,
And I need to verify this
she's been
list.
working on it.
Yes, I need to follow up with my staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we schedule a meeting to discuss?
Yeah, I think we already have one scheduled.
All right, sounds great.
So, yeah,
Well, I
please,
think,
please.
good point, Commissioner, but I think all of us need to be kept abreast of what's going on, because we have a lot of questions. We asked about the hangars last time, and a lot of questions before that about the amount that people are being paid. They're not paying, and the amount of monthly fees, they keep going up very slow in some hangars. So, I think we need just a complete breakdown again, like,
Agreed.
yeah, what's going on, who owns what, who's paying for what, and,
Who's on first?
who's on first, who's on third.
And I think what will be helpful is that, staff has been helping the court build up that board. There was some time where it had kind of broken up and hadn't really been having any meetings. So I know that most, if not all of us, have made our appointments. And so we pretty much have a full board there. So I anticipate them helping because these are most of them are returning members, and so they're familiar with the process, and I think can help us also with that. So.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody. Yeah. I'm just trying to get up to speed as to why these are not. I mean, when I was here before, the Williams hangar was one of the most popular hangars out there because it's one of the larger ones.
That is correct. It's my understanding too.
But okay, if you'll get that information for myself and the court, that would be great.
I can work with Teresa and we can get something prepared for one of the courts in February. We'll bring it back for the court in February.
Okay, that's
Commissioner Gonzalez.
And also in the future, just like, I would like to see who's who's running what. What is
the name of who's?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
I mean, I don't.
So one more column that shows who's actually renting it.
This is all taxpayers' money here, so we need to.
and we need to make sure they're using it for aircraft storage and not somebody renting it to
Storage.
put their household furniture in.
Furniture,
I-
horses.
I mean,
would-
we actually had that problem there before.
It's my understanding that that problem was there before, but I have not personally gone out and inspected
No,
the
and I-
contents
ma'am,
of said hangars.
Listen, ma'am, I'm not expecting you to have that information.
Yeah, okay, sir.
I'll get that information from the airport manager, but.
Yes.
But he ought to be able to supply you with a list of names of who are renting the hangars.
Yes, sir.
That's a good question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item H was tabled. On to item E, 1, 2, and 3, information technology.
November's report,
Oh, I'm
or?
sorry.
Where are we at?
I'm sorry, I'm jumping in. I'm already moving. I thought we were not in 5?
No, we were at number
still in
4.
Wow. Okay, I heard you talking about 5, and I thought we were done. Okay, any questions on 5? No action on 4?
I have no questions.
Again, we are
I have
presenting.
one.
I'm sorry.
On 5? Yes.
Yeah, not 5, but are we through with 5? We didn't get the personnel report. So who's submits that?
The personnel.
It was on the consent.
I think it was on consent, and that's provided by HR. That's
But
a
is
lot
there
of the
backup on
functions
consent?
of HR that were previously performed by auditor's office are now over in HR, and so they're out of our hands.
So why do we move to consent? I mean, I'm looking for it somewhere else.
It was
It's always-
item H on the
because it's
consent
It's always
agenda.
been somewhere else, so why do we move it?
We've always had it on consent
Right.
We have?
since
Yes,
we
sir.
started it back,
I
yes.
always seen it here in the auditor section or the,
No,
it's been on
it's always
consent.
been in consent
well, whose book
for
am I
as
looking
long
at?
as I've ever known it to be.
Man, I don't remember that one, but, okay. I just, I passed it. All right, because I look at it and I didn't see it, so I'll just, tell you what, can you just send me one?
Sure,
Besides putting it in consent agenda, I'd like to get one myself.
okay. It was attached to the agenda item, but I
Okay,
can
that's
send
fine,
it
but
to
I
you as
just
well.
want to make sure I get it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that was on 4?
That would,
Thank you.
That was 5?
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for our auditor? Appreciate the time of you and your team put into all of this. Now we'll go into item E.
Y'all didn't table
The what?
D. Y'all discussed it, but it was never action wasn't taken yet.
Oh, we didn't table D?
No, y'all discussed
Thought we
it?
did.
I don't know.
And she-
I'll check your word.
Okay.
Judge, or Commissioner, sorry, I'd like to make a motion to table D1 until we have a full court.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is just to have the full court again available, an important discussion. That is still moving forward, though. So we do have an interim position, and it,
No, it's not moving. That's what's tabling. Moving.
well,
Yeah.
we're still moving forward with the item itself. It's been addressed. It's not like we're not operating without an interim director. so-
Right. We have one.
Yeah. All right, Darrell, good to see you. We have 3 items. Item number 1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of agreement for $69,038.96 with Omnia Partners Insight Public Sector Incorporated under Cobb County Cooperative Contract number 236692-03 for the purchase of one year subscription to Commvault Cloud Backup and Recovery for Microsoft 365 Enterprise and related matters.
Commissioner Morris, if it pleases the court, I'd like to make a motion to approve items E1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Motion to approve items E1, 2, and 3. Let me read item number 2. Also, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second. I'll read section 2 and 3, just for the public. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of a 36-month service order for $21,089.76 with Charter Communications operating as LLC Spectrum Enterprise to upgrade cable TV services at the courthouse and jail and related matters. And item 3 is discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of an agreement of $57,094.94 with Sequel Data Systems, Inc. under Texas Department Information Resources Cooperative Contract number DIR TSO 4331 for the purchase of pure C20 flash array data storage system and related matters. So those are the items 1 through 3 under IT. With a motion and a second, any discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, thank you, Darrell. Appreciate it. Do we have any items that we have pending or that we need to take action on? I don't have any on my paper, but when is the judge coming back? All right. Well, then we will go into our section of the agenda where we are going to adjourn in memory. And so do we have any members of the court that would like to share any anyone that they would like to recognize that has passed? We did mention Judge Bobby Galvan, the passing of his father during the last court. Now, there's been some more formal information that's presented, but of course recognize both judges in the passing of the father and father-in-law. I have one. This is for Regina in the county clerk's office. Her mother, Levada Martin Osaro, passed on January 16th of 2025. Her viewing and service is scheduled for tomorrow, and with the burial following. Her life began July 12, 1946, and ended last week. And so our condolences, our thoughts and condolences to Regina and Ms. Sands' office. And so thank you for allowing me to read that on her behalf. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, thank you to the court for the time and our staff and the presenters. This meeting is adjourned. The time is 1:38 p.m.